That
Did that
culture,
give her a house
that
back?
part of culture, opportunina, this is Russian culture. If you are in a security waiting for working for the state, you can do anything. You can pick a girl, and she will be yours. That's I remember, when I was in Moscow, um, it was not Kadyrovets, it was Russians then, but like I knew a girl who was like, it did not come to rape her, but basically, she was riding a bus. They made the bus stop, get her out. I don't know, somehow they knew her name, called her by name, get her out, and like started, pressuring her that she gives her phone, that she must date some of those guys. Like she was horrified, She told me that story, and like totally horrified. And I am talking like this was Russia in the middle of democracy back then. So you can imagine what they are going under these days. And they want to be treated as a normal society, placed in Security Council, and they have something to say about American way of life.
I'm absolutely terrified as to what it's going to descend into, to be honest. Some sort of medieval situation where, the person who gets to the top is the one who's clawed their way there over everybody else. That's kind of how it's always been, and what it's degenerating back to. Yeah.
Which is exactly why we can't expect civil society to break out. We have to make sure the walls are high enough and the weaponry is strong enough that no matter what's going on inside of whatever's left of Russia, that they can't inflict any of their nonsense on anyone else. So anything else is hopelessly optimistic, which I used to be. I'm not anymore.
I would just like to point out that there is a fabulous photo going around on the interwebs, which I'm just going to retweet, which is the NAFO 69th Sniffing Brigade banner held up at a sign saying Bakhmut 1 mile. And or whatever, 1 kilometre, whatever. I'm in the UK, I do miles, all right. But I just thought that was pretty nice. We know that they're doing awesome things. And so I just thought I would stop everything for this wholesome content. Talking of wholesome content, I don't know who was with me yesterday when I talked about the dog, but I've got to tell you about the dog if you haven't heard. So this was a group of 5 men. They were trapped with very little in the way of MREs in a particularly hot area. They couldn't get out. They didn't have a lot of supplies. And if they'd have popped their head up at any time to fight their way out, they wouldn't have made it in the situation they were in. So they had to wait and hope for extraction. And while they were there, they met this stray dog, and they decided to share some of their meagre rations with the dog. However, they got down to the last day where they were literally sharing a piece of ration between 3 people, and they still gave the dog some. And she went out, and she came back, and she brought them a box of MREs. And they were so pleased that she went out and did it again and again. And she kept those guys going for 9 days. So they were then able to get into a position where they could extract. They had to walk 8 kilometers, and the dog followed them the whole way. When a Humvee arrived to pick them up at the extraction point, artillery fire started, and the dog was frightened and ran into the woods. And one of the soldiers said, "No, going back for the dog." Everybody waited, and he went and collected the dog from where it was cowering in the trees, and they all left with moments to spare before artillery started hitting the exact position they had been in. And it just goes to show that she saved their lives and they saved her life. And that dog is now absolutely glued to the soldier who went into the forest to get her. And it looks like they're going to be battle buddies for the rest of the time that they're together. So, yeah, just wanted to bring you some heartwarming, lovely stuff, which I think sometimes we need, don't we? There's an awful lot going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I find the stories, there are many stories like this of Ukrainian connection to animals and to nature, and it's very touching. And it expresses the quality of Ukrainian soldiers and also the incredible connection with the land. Yeah, thank you. That's a very touching story. Yeah, Lily.
That's sort of why I think their behavior and the spotlight on them, unfortunately brought to them by this murderous bastard, it shows the best of humanity, the Ukrainians, and the worst that we actually, even though we may be historians and we read a lot, we can never read as much. I am surprised that Russians behave towards one another. A wounded soldier, your buddy, walks away, comes back, knows you're not dead, takes your wallet and watch, right? So when I see and hear that beautiful story, and I could hear it again and again, mockers every day, and they make huge difference. And it shows that their humanity comes with the mother's milk. Now, horrible feelings towards another person, whether it's religion or skin color, what have you, height, that comes from the mother's milk too, right? But see how the Ukrainians, even though they've been brutalized for decades, centuries, right, still believe in the goodness of their land and each other. And aren't they right? Right? Because here, all of us, I mean, there are times I see those photos or read these instances where I'm not a person that tends to cry often, but I get, like the chills and water in the eye because it's such impact of outstanding people I never knew I would meet in my life. Many are here, but really, I feel here is the spirit of the Ukrainians who we want to win and win as fast as can be. So the mother's milk, look at this. No one said to that soldier, you wait by that car and get that dog. No one. He did it by himself, right? For a pup. But they're like this with just, okay, I know I can't find the right words and stuff, but beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people. And I'm so glad that this disgusting war has shown me and the rest of the world what greatness looks like.
Yeah, thank you, Lily. And as people have pointed out, we're not saying that there is not a single bad Ukrainian, not a single good Russian, but it is, as a society, we've created some heroic people. And I've forgotten what I was going to say. I had a point here, but anyway, thank you so much for that. Mockers, I think our new co-hosts are arriving, so we should decide on some kind of a ordered retreat between the two of us.
That's okay, Robin. You can go first, I'll let you. And in the meantime, I will just say we are currently gathering funds for a drone, I believe. Let me just find the right details here. So,
as you do, let me just say goodbye and get out of the way. Thank you, everybody. It's been a great 3 hours again. Thank you to all of our listeners. Share, retweet the space if you've got it. If you as as our friend most recently Ernest would say, if you don't want your lunch money, we don't want your rent, but if you have money to spare that can go to a good cause, please consider MriyaReport.org. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marcus. It's always a pleasure. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. And yeah, I brought up the information now. So this is a new fundraiser, as War Doggo has helped us identify the 132nd Reconnaissance Battalion that needs drones. So tomorrow at 9 p.m. Kyiv time, we will have a Ukrainian segment dedicated to the fundraiser. We will be joined by somebody from the battalion. We will also be speaking to Oleg from MriyaReport, I believe, who will be able to tell us the continuing unit's needs in the next couple of weeks, and War Doggo will be here with them as well. So we will be putting that information up, but I would like to encourage you all, if possible, to make a donation, because these things are going to save lives. And on that note, I will welcome Axel and just check that his audio is working.
What? Good evening. How are you doing?
Hey. I'm all of the good. Right. I'm going to get lost. I'll see you all later.
Please don't get lost. Just stay safe.
I'll try.
With all those cats, that could be dangerous.
Meow. Not a cat.
You can say this as long as you like and as often as you like, but frequency does not make up for truth. You are essentially the human embodiment of a cat. We're just not sure which one.
I think it's more a Heinz 107 varieties.
Now that is a great start into the evening, isn't it, crowd?
Yes.
Alrighty, David. I take it your day has been equally busy as mine. And what do we know?
Oh, right, now you can hear me. I was in limbo there, Axel. Probably cat limbo, if anything. Yes, where do we go? Yes, here's the thing. Have we talked about that there's been some movement at Robotny?
You can say Robotino, Robotine. You can play
Robertino,
yes.
Isn't it? Yeah, okay. It's a lot easier if I can say Robertino. There we are.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. So, and with that pop reference, David, what is the movement ongoing, given the fact that Ukrainian armed forces are always obviously holding information back, and we rarely ever get, say, live information? The indications have been good for the region thus far, but why is it important, and where are they? What do we know?
Right, so I was going to say, I just saw a tweet a little bit earlier from our very friendly P-Star 1, and there was some Ukrainian troops who are in the Russian defensive positions in Robertino, or in and around Robertino. Obviously, I don't know exactly where they were, right? But they, there was a picture, there was a Russian FPV drone attack at the time, but everyone appeared to be moving relatively calmly. So it looks like stuff's happening.
Yeah, the continuous wide front movement and probing by the Ukrainian armed forces is methodically testing, teasing, and there's a couple of attack vectors which make absolute sense, and they're going after them. And the Russians at this point in time, other than, shall we say, fighting a delay and using suppressive artillery fire as long as the shells are there, have very little they can actually do. They are losing ground, and they are losing ground more and more. And the Ukrainians at some point in time will make a push.
Yes, and there was, I believe there was, I'm not sure which area, but there was a push by one of the brigades that over a a 1.5 kilometer width area, and they moved about half, more like 600 meters, I think they were saying, into the Russian line areas, right? So this is it's all positive stuff, very positive stuff.
And the interesting thing is that the axis along Starolinka, so the ones where people believe that it would take the Ukrainians to take that area where a few weeks ago the Russian armed forces had slightly ahead of time flooded part of the city by eradicating or exploding another dam. It seems that light infantry and recce troops of the Ukrainian armed forces have circumnavigated the area and seem to be far behind. I mean, it's in the back, in the rear of exactly that location. Key thing being that as soon as Starolinka has been taken, the route down to Berdyansk and Mariupol is relatively open by comparison. There is one more fortification line which seemingly has been, say, even further entrenched in recent days. Unfortunately, we don't have the satellite imagery which David and I would like for this, but it is notable, nevertheless, that the Ukrainians are making significant inroads and piercing through the lines. And as David had said many moons ago already, the Russians do not have enough troops to guard this long line of contact. There's just not enough bodies.
Yeah, and and by a fact that they would need factors higher to be able to do it all, which of course is why we're all a little bit confused as to why they're doing what they're doing. But anyway, right? Yeah. So I mean, at the time, they went on a ram. I don't know what's a mass blowing up of dams. What's the collective noun for that? I'm trying to write a rampage of dams. What's it going to be? But when they went on it, they didn't do themselves any favors.
It is definitely serial dam busting.
This is maybe without the music and bad timing as well. Well,
alrighty. I was just looking at something else that there is information still about the bridgehead
in Kherson.
This is the Antonovsky Bridge and facing Oleski, where essentially the Ukrainian armed forces had expanded their coverage. There seems to be a very wide effort now, say, reach out by light infantry of the Ukrainians going further in at least 3 directions, reported over the past 3-4 days. And it seems that the Russians are in slight upheaval, if I'm not quite mistaken.
Well,
and the Oleski sands seemingly are not so safe anymore for the Russian troops, as I can see.
Yeah, I suspect it's become a yes, sorry. Yes, I'm laughing because NAFO Dave has sent a message saying it's a dam page. Right. Yes. So yes, I think Oleski Sands and that area is becoming a bit of a killing field for the Russians. They don't have enough. Once again, like everywhere, they don't have enough of them there. And if you don't have your defensive positions right and all of those things, as troops come through, right, they're able to find those the Russian front, the FOPs, right, take those out. They don't know what's happening, and then they're all in sort of a bit of a sticky situation, really. Yeah, I'm currently on Twitter trying to do a search on Kherson, but it seems like the search is down.
You won't find much, and yeah,
they've removed it, right?
I don't know. I can still see a search function here on mine.
So I get an error. It goes, try again later.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Have you been exited?
I mean, it's a good question. So I can see my messages and the rest of it. And who knows? It's possible. Maybe I have done something that's upset someone, and they're trying to stop me from doing something. Who knows?
Have you been naughty rather than nice? Are you saying that?
Well, I don't know. I'm a lovely little. I'm not a cat. So who knows?
He who repeats that all day long makes himself more suspicious, right, Garfield?
Methinks thou doth protest too much.
This cat meows too much. All right.
Right. So I can't comment. So, but what I can comment on what I knew prior to that. Right. So, yeah, they were making sounds. They were across the Conker River. There's another bridge at the Conker River. Conker River is still quite wide for anyone who's in the UK, it's a wide river. It's not wide for Ukrainian standards, but it's enough to be quite an obstacle. I think, as far as I know, they're over that. So once they're past that and they've got supplies coming in, then there's all sorts of stuff to happen. And then if we look a little bit further, a bit northeast, then there's that area there, isn't there, that's starting to look really dry, isn't it?
It is.
That big
Absolutely.
Kovka.
And but that's the other part. Sorry, I have dogs going nuts. 1 second.
Meow. Yes, I should do that very loudly. Just set the dogs off. Right. Anyway, so yes, well, Axel is there. So I've been looking at, and I keep on meaning to do my animated GIF, but occasionally it gets a little bit, cloudy and it sort of ruins it. So I need to make another animated GIF because it's getting very, very dry around there. So to the point where there's greenery that's growing on the where the reservoir was. I think loads of people saw those potatoes that they were growing. Right. Of course, there was the other people's just saying, well, maybe the potatoes weren't a good idea because they may be heavy metals in there. But anyway. But either way, it's supporting a form of life that isn't fish, and all of that stuff will be just sucking up water out of the sand and the soil. Right, Messa, I saw you put your hand up.
Yes. How fast you reacted? I was almost. Yeah. I just wanted to lighten up the mood, maybe, because
I've only just gone here, Messa. So
yeah.
I don't. So you said, what are you saying about what I've done to the mood?
No.
I'm not a cat, Messa.
No, I know.
Don't make me change.
My cat is here telling you otherwise. She's mowing to you if you want to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's her. But I just wanted to read this one short tweet. Cadets of flight schools in the Russian Federation train by firing unguided rockets at the communities of the Sumy region. Due to the low professional level of the so-called pilots, some of the missiles hit targets on the territory of the Russian Federation, which I find so amusing because we've been talking about this, maybe that they are lacking pilots. So now they are training some cadets who are shooting their own. So I think that's a great way to start the evening.
I will not argue with you with that, Messa. It's very, very funny stuff. The fact that they're firing on their own, it's just astonishing. Anyway, right. Oh, I can see I've got some. What's happening here? Oh, there we are. Right. Yes. Well, I've no idea what's happening to those doggies. They but if anyone doesn't know, they are so lovely little poodles. They're not little, but they're the middle-sized poodles as opposed to giant poodles. They're very, very nice. Anyway, give me a moment. I am actually still trying to find some more information about her son because I would like to know. Right, it would help if I can't even spell Twitter at the moment, which is always a problem, isn't it? And today I hear, well, not here, I saw, if everyone has noticed, that we have the microphone button has arrived onto onto the web interface, right? Although apparently it's not working brilliantly, but it's a start, isn't it? It's a little bit like what you call 20 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean. I'm not being lawyerist, but it's a start, though, isn't it?
Russian lawyers. And by the way,
yes, that's it.
I was chatting in the background with Radu and tried to get him up at the same time whilst our dogs went wild. And I apologize for this. I need to very quickly pick something up, but let's see whether we can get Radu up. Hold on. Whether that with a bit of luck. Radu.
Oh, hello there, Radu.
You hear me very well with this headphones? Yeah, it's okay?
All is good, Radu. Hey, as you may have heard earlier, David and I were just chit-chatting about the, shall we say, inconsistent and at times lacking information, specifically when it comes to the areas of Volodar, Robotine, and then further west towards Kamyansky and the likes. And because we always get it with the time delay, which is completely fine. But in recent days, the fact that the Russians are only complaining about the fact that there's so much cluster ammunition and so much effectiveness of the Ukrainian artillery on the one hand, and the Ukrainians unabashedly are just moving forward very carefully and methodically. I would gather this as a very good sign that their methodic approach is working. How do you see it? I mean, you observe it equally in equal detail, but what's your view?
One of the things that Russians are complaining, and even though they received the same orders not to release any footage from the war or stuff like that, in the recent days, the pilots of KA-52s showed some activity that is quite deep inside their territory, their illegally occupied territory. So on the Velika Novosilka axis, they at least they say that they hit a recon team that is close to what's the name of the city? It's not Staromayesk. It's with S. Axel, help me. It's south of Staromayesk.
It's south, but it's about 16 kilometers south, significantly further down south than we would have expected them.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that if that's only recon, let's put it like the Russians are saying. If that's only recon team, that means that the artillery is quite close, the air defense is quite close, and the brigade, basically the maneuver brigades are quite close. That means that they're way down south, that from Urozhaine.
Urozhaine, of course.
I don't know Urozhaine exactly. I don't know exactly if that means they surpassed Urozhaine through Urozhaine or through the east of it, because we have that road T0518, if I remember well. Let me open my maps. That would be better.
That was the question. There's a small road, and in between, to the east of the road going down to Starolinivka, there's open fields for about was that 6 or 8 kilometers? Unfortunately I had to race quickly. I'm outside. I'll be back to the maps in a few minutes. But I found it interesting that there's open fields which they may have used to cross over under the cover of night, because essentially all the data trickled in during midday after they had seemingly made their headway.
Yeah, exactly my point. So in reality, I think that I understand that totally, that we receive Ukrainian information after a few days, and that's understandable because the safety of the soldiers is more important than the eagerness of us knowing all the details and stuff like that. Of course, some of us that are here know some things more because we have some sources on the ground, but that's of course we will not say anything here. again from the same reason. But we do have reasons to believe that the counteroffensive is way more southern than it is shown on the maps, even a deep state map that it's known. It updates 2 days after. Like if you, I think if you look right now on deep state map, you will see Klishivka that is not liberated, and we know that now today that Klishivka is liberated 100%. Klishivka being for those that don't know and listen to us, Klishivka being south of Bakhmut.
And
And
that's the point. That whilst we see it as not being liberated, there's a significant move further to the east of that area as well, which has been rumored for a number of days. And the Russians started this evening, the Russian Telegram this evening started to pick up quite intensively as to their fears that they wouldn't have enough shells to repel any attack. I don't know whether you saw this.
yeah, yeah, I saw it. Exactly. And at one point on some Telegram channels, they hinted the idea that they had to back off from Klishivka from the north over the lines of the train lines, the railway line. So that means basically Klishivka is now at least abandoned, if not liberated. Let's put it this way. So to put it mildly, it's at least abandoned by the Russians. We will see that in the next days. But from what I know, it is liberated, and Ukrainians don't have any Russian fighters to fight in Klishivka right now, and they are basically sweeping off everything that is in there. And on the other axis that I'm interested in, and everybody's interested in, it's Orikhiv, Tokmak, Melitopol. Uh, I think you probably all saw those reports about Ukrainian going around 600, 650 meters deep and 1.5 kilometers wide. And that would be between Robotine and Verbove. And that would be basically exactly on the line or on the main line of Surovikin line, how I call it, of defense. So, or if it's not the main line, at least it's the first line that has beaches, that dragon teeth, and all of those uh, uh, defenses, fortified defenses. That I don't think that they are so fortified, because if you remember, I don't know, 2 months ago or something like that, from Maksar images, we saw that I think the first or the second line was built by a Russian construction company that built. I said this one day before, yesterday on this space in the morning. It was built. They built 70 kilometers of trenches straight. So straight trenches. I'm not a military expert, but I'm pretty sure that trenches shouldn't be straight, 7 kilometers long. So that's not a complex fortified position. And I don't know if this is the one that the Ukrainians got to, or that's the other one, the next one, because this one was uh, from somewhere from Vasilivka, somewhere from that area of Vasilivka, north of Tokmak, and it stopped close to Basan. So yeah, we have basically good news all over the place, except for what's happening on the area close to Romania,
Yeah, of
the
course.
Romanian port. Oh, and one thing about Kherson, because I just got from Kherson 2 weeks ago, and I was there when they started to push the Russians, and I saw the Dhaka area where Russians withdrew, and Antonevsky Bridge, and from all the people over there that they are telling me that basically Ukrainians go island to island to island to island, and they are pushing to Oletsky from 3 or 4 directions. So they penetrated their defense lines. But the problem is that it really today or today and yesterday they had a problem with this because it rained a lot, and what's the name of the river? Not Dnieper, of course.
The Conca.
Conca River, I think. Yeah, Conca River. So now Conca River is very wide. So I think it will be a bit of a problem to go into Holapristan, because that's one of the points that they are attacking to. So Holapristan is basically south of Kherson, for those who don't know, and it would be a point that is quite important because it's a logistic from a logistical point of view. It's important because it feeds Olesky from Crimea. So Holapristan it's important, but now Konka it's quite wide over there, and I don't know if they managed to pass it. We don't know exactly, but from what I know, that was the idea, and yeah, the Russians don't say anything about that. They only say that there are problems on the Kherson front, on their Kherson front. So that's encouraging. In the fog of war, from what we know and what we can gather, that's encouraging because that would mean that what do we know? 60,000 Russians are on the counter front. 60 to 80,000, maybe.
Yeah, about 20,000 are expected to be somewhere stationed on Crimea. Then in the region towards Bakhmut and in the southeast, there may be yet another 50 to 55. It's not quite clear where the separation line is to the central command. Some painted that as if it were to follow the oblast lines. I simply don't believe in this. Most recently, the troop concentrations and the troop allocations around Lysychansk and Severodonetsk were definitely central command. So the line would be further south than other people painted. If that's the case, then whoever and how many ever are allocated to central command in the northeast, that may be a bigger number, but they may just be differently allocated. What I find interesting is that they still, despite the fact that it seemingly is difficult and the Ukrainians have to defend heavily in the Serebryensky forest between the east of Liman and Crimea, that they still, the Russians have not made ground. They really have not captured ground. They're constantly being repelled and attrited. It seems that Crimea is now becoming, or the forest over there is becoming their next Bakhmut.
Yeah, their next cemetery. Yeah, exactly to my point. I wrote in a summary, one of my nightly summaries. I wrote exactly something on that idea that on the Crimea they're having the real issues, and I think they overestimated their attack force, and they underestimated the Ukrainian defense, thinking that Ukrainians really want to take Bakhmut. But this is only a theory, so just take it as with a pinch of salt, not with a pinch of salt. It's just my idea, a theory. I do believe that Bakhmut is not in the interest of Ukraine to take it right now. It's just is the interest of Ukrainians to fix Russian troops over there and to basically make them move troops from other positions to Bakhmut area to protect it, because Bakhmut now is a symbol for Putin for his power. So if Bakhmut gets encircled, that would be a big loss for Putin without even losing Bakhmut. So this is the interesting nuance. They don't have to take Bakhmut to make it a humiliation for Putin. They just have to make it unsustainable for the Russian army. And just imagine if it happens something like this, like in Tushivka, to just to drop off Bakhmut, because you have T-0513 from south going into Bakhmut that's now interdicted by Ukrainian artillery.
Yeah.
And I think you have only one road from the east that's going into Bakhmut that's not interdicted right now. Basically, it is in the range of artillery, but let's put it mildly, is not maybe interdicted 100%.
The situation
And the other
becomes
road,
untenable. That's what you're describing.
Yeah, and I think that that's why the Ukrainians are not, the Ukrainian forces are not attacking directly Bakhmut and up front, and they're just encircling it step by step, going slowly, because I really think that Zaluzhny, Syrsky, and all the commanders don't give a rat's ass about our eagerness, not mine or yours, but the general population that come on, do it, take it fast, take it, and to see a victory of Ukraine. I don't think they give a rat's ass about what the Western general population would like to see. I think they do it systematically, exactly according to their plan, and I think their plan is right.
I find it interesting that the movements in these two attack vectors south of Bakhmut have gained substantially more ground than in any other area, and that they've been very deliberately positioning themselves there. Because if you look at the front lines, and we had the discussion many months ago when the Ukrainians were fighting their delay first, and then they're fighting withdrawal from those areas, that essentially if they were to ever revert back, this is where the Russians would have the largest difficulties, or the biggest difficulties defending, because the territory does not lend itself to the way they actually fight at all. And if you go there, and let me just open this up again here, this was the vector, this is past Odradivka, Dacha, Saitseve. So if you take that area, so if you take a line, if you so like, directly from Petrivka below the little lake which we have there, this is the close to Svitlodarsk, that lake makes the whole access to Bakhmut focused only on that one road, the M03, passing through Klinove. If you can pass below the lake, and if you can encircle that area, cut them off there, then you have Bakhmut. Because the next thing is from the height of Troitske going towards Popasna, and that should be the route. This is what we once mapped out. I think both Yehuda and Chuck came to the same conclusion, and this is exactly what we're seeing at the moment. The Ukrainians are making their ground there.
I totally agree. And I think that one of the things that I'm telling to people that are following me on Facebook or on Twitter, don't look at the map only as territorial gains or stuff like that. Look at the topographic map, because that's the most important one. Where are the heights? Where are the lows? Where are the valleys? Because that's where you're going to see the most movement, and where Russia may have advantages or disadvantages, where Ukraine can have advantages or disadvantages, and there is where we will see movements. That's my, I don't know, like to say it like tips and tricks on how to have a educated guess on what's going to happen next.
fair enough. I mean, this is what maneuver warfare will be about, because this is an area where essentially the lines were moved by the Russians forward. The Ukrainians have allowed the Russians to advance, or had to give ground, but essentially the Russians couldn't dig in much. They haven't yet been able to mine all this area. So if you look at this area, Losove, Molochny, Kalinivka, where fighting has been heavy in the past, this area they have not prepared quite as yet. They may still throw mines, yes, they may still be able to do so from eastern part if you go further a few miles back to the east, but they haven't done it to the extent that we know. And then it becomes a very interesting proposition, because that is the vector below that level, which is open. So if you look at Volodyrsk, slightly south, where the rail traffic goes in, this is where they've been feeding in their troops from the moment. And then you are very close to the infamous railhead Debaltseve. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see something very odd very soon, and which will literally stop the Russians in their tracks.
Yeah, and the Balsava would be something absolutely amazing for anybody who was looking at this war and following it since 2014. So that would be absolutely amazing and humiliating for Russia losing the Balsava.
Alrighty. Now, Radu, can we just very briefly, because it's topical, we'll come back to this later when Nuno arrives at the top of the hour, I'm sure, but can we just touch upon, given the fact that you are Romanian, that you know this very well, this area very well, can we touch upon the political conundrum which there is as to what Romania can, may, should do? There's let me set this up for you. So at the moment we have the Russians steering drones, which are evidently lethal. They're not perfectly targeted. They have done damage to residential areas and not just grain elevators. And they are shooting at Reni and Ismail. And they have been as close as about 200 meters the day before or the night before. And now they seem to have crossed Romanian airspace in order to reach Ukrainian targets. What's your view?
Just give me a second to send you my post that I just posted, I think, 1 hour ago. I will send you direct message. Done. So, politically, we understand that we cannot do much. My post is like this. This is not the first time that Russia makes incursions into NATO space. And when I say not Russia, I say Belarus too, because Belarus or Russia is the same for me. I take it as a bundle. And you saw that we all know about the 2 helicopters. And when I hear about that, it might be they didn't know, they were negligent and they got into the airspace of Poland. Oh, really? Really? You have apps on your phone that tells you when you go higher speed that it's acceptable on a road, and you don't know that you cross the border to a NATO country, into another. It doesn't matter in the NATO country, in another country. I don't believe that.
Of course. And rather, I can tell you this. Trust me, this is a field I know. They know exactly what they're doing. They steer their drones. They can track and trace it. They know exactly what it is. Everything else is a lie.
Thank you. Again, this is one. Second, I mean, probably in the timeline, the second one is the first one. When the Ukrainian S-300 rocket hit the that Polish village, and two Polish people died. I don't believe it's for a second that it was a Ukrainian S-300. Not from the pictures, and not for one thing. It is not practical to have S-300 batteries or systems that are modified to hit ground targets in western Ukraine. You would have a fairly quite good reason to have them in the eastern side of Ukraine, but not on the western side. And for anybody who knows just a little bit, if you read one page about how S-300 rockets work, you know that they blow up in the air if they don't reach their targets. That means they cannot land and explode on land. And they have multiple secondary systems to activate this auto destruction, not only the software, so electronic, but manual. I mean, not manual, mechanical systems to make it blow away and not destroy something on the
Fully
on the
agreed.
terrain.
Fully agreed.
So
This is not a misdirected S-300. This were the remnants of Russian missiles.
yes. So we have at least two instances, and now the third one regarding Romania. This one that we're talking about. Uh, Our Ministry of Defense released a statement when it was the first Iranian attack and Iranian Ismail attack, and they said, "Don't worry, you have nothing to be to fear. There is no problem. Romanian soil is protected by NATO and stuff like that." Okay, fair enough. I believe you. We have a Patriot system at Cape Media that's about 200 kilometers away from Ismail. That would be at the limit of the range of Patriot missiles, somewhere around that. I think it uses CAP 3 or CAP 2. I think it's CAP 3 we have on those Patriot systems. So okay, we have air defense over there. And on my post, I got a lot of hate when I say about these instances because they say, you want to drag Romania and NATO into the war. No. I said the solution. The solution is arm Ukraine so it can defend themselves. Because the problem is like this. What happened in Romania last night, the night before? The windows on the Romanian shore were shattered on the houses in that village that I can't even spell the name, even if it's Romanian. Chatal.
Yes, when I was
Jesus Christ,
reading
and
it,
it's Romanian. Yeah, and it's Romanian, and I can Chatalo Fioi. Okay, good. That's good enough. Okay, so the problem is like this, as I put it on my in my post. Let's imagine that a 3-year-old would be in front of the window. The window blows, shattered glass gets into his eyes, and he dies. Is that a threat to the Romanian citizens? This is one instance that I just made up in my mind while writing the post. We can find tens of thousands of possibilities that Romanian people could get hurt. And people say, you want to drag Romania into, keep to your opinions. No, I say in my post, arm Ukraine, give them hawks, give them enough guepards. But guepards like guepards, but give them hawks. Switzerland, they destroyed part of their hawks instead of giving them to Ukraine. That's absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, it's insanity. Completely agreed. I mean, the Hawk system is easily trainable. The Ukrainians already have, certain comfort with it. It is exactly what they should be given. No question.
Okay, so this is not the first time. I mean, if last night, the night before, it would have been the first time that Odessa region and Ismail region would have been hit, then you would say, so the Russians changed the strategy, we have to adapt. Okay, but this is not the first time. It's I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from the first attack or something like that, and we didn't adapt. We didn't thought about this. We didn't have a plan for it. And I only say deterrence. Please use deterrence. Deterrence meaning arm Ukraine. Okay, so on the political spectrum in Romania, people are quite frightened about this. The mayor of that village, that I won't say the name again because I'm ashamed of myself.
I will ask Joanna to come up to pronounce it. Maybe she's good at this. I don't know.
Yeah. The mayor of that town said that the civilians told him that not only that they heard the drones, some of them are eyewitnesses that said that the drones went, the trajectory was straight and above their houses. Now, I don't know what straight and above their houses mean, because if you look at the map that I put over there, it would mean that it goes from south to north. That means it went into the Romanian territory, into Romanian airspace for a few kilometers, just to turn around and go to Ismail. But again, you have damage in a NATO country that now you know that is directly uh, made by Russian drones, even if they didn't violate the Romanian space. Now you have damage, material damage. Doesn't matter. It's glass. The windows, yes. The windows, yes. Who's gonna pay for that? Romania, of course. Romania has to now help those people change their windows, put other windows and stuff like that. Yeah, I do. Of course, we don't want to start the World War III because of three windows, shattered windows. But again, this, what I'm trying to say is like this. This is not something to be taken lightly. It's not the first time that Russia is doing this. It won't be the last time. And if we don't act now, they will continue, and they will continue until we will have no other option but to really do deterrence in force. So my idea is that we should deter them, make deterrence right now when we still have the opportunity, the window of opportunity, for Ukraine to be a shield for us Romanians, the Bulgarians, uh, Polish, Baltic states, and everybody else in the Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Ioana is here, so she can say the name.
Exactly. Joanna, do you know how to pronounce that wonderful village or town's name?
Chatalchoi.
Wow.
This is the name, Chatalchoi.
Chatalchoi?
Yes, Chatalchoi. It's very interesting because the first time I heard that there were drones that flew over Romanian territory, I immediately thought of Plavuru, which is over the Danube from Ismail. A little settlement, fisherman settlement, a few houses, but just over the Danube from Ismail. And when I looked on the map and I saw Chatalchoi, which is southwest of Ismail, I was like, I'm really not very keen to speak right now about this, because how did this look like? Russia takes the liberty to send drones over Romania, and if we are to believe the eyewitnesses that were there, so Russia takes the liberty to do this in order, of course, to surprise Ukrainian defense, because they did not expect for the drones to come from that direction, and does this without impunity. And what are Ukrainians seeing looking from Ismail? They are seeing drones coming from Romania, which is like, I'm really very upset to say this. This is, for me, it's, I don't know, we should do something about it. I heard, because it was discussed on TV, of course, I heard that shooting them down over Romanian territory would would produce more damage than just letting them fly. But are we serious about this? Just letting them fly and damage something else in the port of Ismail? So it's very hard for Romanian to discuss about this situation, because of course I love my country, I don't love my politicians, I'm frustrated by their inaction, or maybe there is action but we don't know about it, so it's a problem of communication. But in any case, if indeed, as the eyewitnesses say, those drones flew over Chatalchoi, this is a lot of daring action from Russia, just to fly over Romania with impunity, and then make a turn and attack those ports, or Ismail port in Ukraine. So I'm sorry if I seem a little too passionate about it, but it is something that bothered me since this morning when I first saw this article.
There's no such thing as too passionate. But carry on, Rado, please.
Yeah, this is our country. Hello, Ioana. Of course, we are passionate about it. And the problem is that in Romania we have a political party called AUR, which means gold, but in reality it means the Alliance for Uniting Romanians. The president of this extremist political party is known and proven to be a collaborator of FSB. So now, imagine that. And now that party is in the polls at, I don't know, 20, 22, 23, 24%. That party is like AFD, Alternative for Deutschland. So sovereignty, Europe is bad, NATO is bad, and stuff like that. And probably now, because they in the polls they stay so well, they are so well in the polls. I think our government that is ruled by a coalition of left and right, something like in Germany, it's. SPD, which is PSD in Romania, and CDU, which is PNL in Romania, the liberals, and Christian liberals, something like that. And I think that they are afraid to have a real discussion regarding this topic, so they are trying to talk less about Ukraine and the help and everything like this. But as I always say, there is no there is no communicational void in these matters or in any political matter. And politics is in everything. So if you don't talk, your adversary will talk, and it will try to put their bullet points on the map of the political and societal agenda. So if our government doesn't speak, and it doesn't speak very frankly and truthfully about this, and with some sort of action, we will have. I think we will have more instances like this in the near future. And sorry to if I spoke before Dan John is there. If he had his arm up before his hand and up before me. Sorry, Dan.
Dan John, shoot.
No worries, Rod. I mean, this is a Romanian issue, so of course you should talk about it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, what's likely to happen if this is not, if there's no action to this? It's gonna be getting worse and worse until a building is hit by a cruise missile or something. That's air quotes went off track because even if it's not intentional, they're still testing the limits, right? And I'm sure they are laughing in the Kremlin now. Yeah, look, we can even fly over Romania, and nothing happens. So let's do it, and let's do some more. So it's very dangerous. I agree what you're saying, brother. This is not to be taken light. Yeah, I think that's what I had to say.
Ioana, you want to follow up on this?
Yes, I'll try to be short. I don't like to talk about Romanian politics. I just wanted to make some nuances about.
We love Romanian politics here. When it finally,
I don't think so.
when it finally comes to the conclusion that Romania should just heed the call of Ukraine to support it in the defense of the Danube estuary harbors more, we would love Ukraine. We would love Ukraine to have that pleasure, and Romanian politics clearing up its act.
I do hope, I believe that Romania will do the right thing. I do hope it will happen. I just wanted to add something about our is at 20% right now, not by its own merits, but because of this very strange coalition that is in power from right to left. It's center right and center left, just to be very sure about it. It's not extreme left, right or left. So every time that the coalition that is like broad spectrum is in power, people are a little bit deceived because they those who voted with the right don't like the left, and vice versa to say like this. So our is there because they like to create scandal, because they like to be in the front of the news. The other parties are more like not very overt every time. And about our is the ideology is very similar, with ethnicity-based nationalism, which is not very funny to look at. This is happening in Hungary. This is, of course, happening in Russia, and they were very pro-Moldova before this war. But since Moldova was threatened by Russians and even has issues with security and so on, they are very little talking about Moldova right now. No more Moldova in their speech, usually. And of course, they want all Romanians to be, together, and they even claim some territorial issues from now and then. Of course, they are not serious about it, but just a warning: the ideology of our party is really really ugly. And I do hope that we have a year to the elections. I do hope that they will decrease in force until then, and they will not get so many places in the parliament. And I want to add another thing about the situation in that area, in the channels of the Danube. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly how it is. It's a long time since I was to the delta of the Danube, but south of the channel, in the area of Cealalcioi and south of Plauru, that area is very mushy, swampy, with channels and things like this. I don't know, really don't know, if a proper placement of heavy equipment can be done in that area. There are some roads, but usually, to arrive there, you go by boat. You don't go by road. So I really don't know what is, the terrain. Maybe I will search and find out exactly how solid it is and how something could be settled there, like an air defense unit or something like this. Maybe further south, where there is a bigger road. So maybe Radu knows about it. It's a long time since I was there, but I remember that it's a very it's a delta, so it's very swampy, very watery, let's say. And right now Danube is high, which means that all that area is even more watery than usual.
Gepards, hawks, all sorts of things. Everything which is relatively light and movable is perfect for this. But there you go. Radu.
I think Dan was before me. But if I may,
he is a polite Swede, and I gave you the mic. Kick on.
Okay, thank you. So that's why I'm saying that we have a patriot on Cape Media, but I think the orders are not to shoot down the Russian drone. This is my assumption. It is nothing that I have any proof of it, but I don't think that the Patriot radar that goes up to, I don't know, 400 kilometers or something like that, it didn't pick up the drones. For sure, it picked up the drone. So it knew. This is one thing. The second thing, we have the NATO base at close to Constanza. We have radars over there. And we have the aerial police that with all the flights that go day and night. We have the radars from the air police that is made by is done by NATO, our NATO allies, and with our own F-16. So that means that is no possibility whatsoever that those drones weren't seen before they even got 100 kilometers close to Romanian border. So that's one thing. And about our, the party that we are saying, our, so not ours, our goal. That party is kind of it's fascist. Let's put it bluntly. It's fascist. It's eugenic to say it like this, uh, meaning that they hate part of the society based on religion, sexual identity, and everything that it's basically extremist right. Uh, and that party is now ruled by an ideology that's very close to drain the swamp. You know, so they are like you tried all those all those parties. I'm a member of the pro-European party in Romania that it's in the parliament. I'm a simple member and a political strategist on the local level. And our party is in opposition, exactly like our is in opposition right now, but we don't get along each other because we're pro-Ukraine, pro-NATO, pro-European, and pro-democracy, and our is exactly the opposite. And in part, I think we are to blame too. I mean, our my party is to blame too for the rise of our because we were not, I don't know, mature enough politically to act, mature enough to deter the narrative, the Russian narrative in Romania, and this is a problem. So yeah, our is going like drain the swamp. You tried uh, this pro-European party that was in the government 8 months. You tried this alliance that is between left and right, center left and center right. Ioana is she's right. They are not extremists in any way. You try them, see nothing is going okay. We have economic problems. The economic crisis is closing by. So there is a feeling in the society, and I'm not saying this because I'm a member of a party or anything like this. There is a feeling of in the society that something bad is going to happen, and people are in a way scared of what's going to happen. But in the same time, there is a lot of apathy in the political spectrum or in the electorate, to say it like this. There is an apathy that, sorry for my French, but fuck them all. I don't care. I am not going to go to the vote, but any vote that is not there to be counted for any of those parties, doesn't matter if it's the ones that are in the coalition right now, or is it for the party that I'm in, because there are only five parties in the parliament. Uh, those parties are with flaws, with everything, but they are democratic parties. Any vote that doesn't go to those parties will go basically to our, without exception, because our will thrive in this apathy. So this is the Romanian politics right now, and this is a very big problem. And I don't think that it will be solved before the elections. Only I think only a black swan will save us. If something really dramatic will come up about our and it will save us from fascism getting bigger in Romanian parliament. Yeah, that's about it.
No, these are good points, but it again highlights what a tremendous achievement it is to transition out over not just one generation, but multiple generations from what has been prior to that a totalitarian system, part, even if a slightly disobedient, so to say, but part of the Warsaw Pact for a long time. And Romania is making significant strides in that regard and has massive challenges, but it is actually, and think about it, the construction of the institutions which we see in Romania is that Romania has become a very vital part of NATO and has dedicated its forces over the past decade since it is a member. It has dedicated its forces to serve. And so the institutions are starting to work. It's just hard. It takes time. It's not easy. It requires daily maintenance and dedication. And I can see, Rado, by the way, please stay with us. I can see that our friend Nuno has joined. Nuno, good evening.
Axel. Good evening, David.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is well. Sorry for.
Is it only me?
Not a problem. I just lost audio. I apologize.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Nuno, and
Okay.
welcome. It's very
Yeah.
good to see you.
I was saying sorry. I was saying it's good to be back to our show here, and let's get it started, I suppose.
Let's give it a go. I mean, we already had a little chit chat with Rado about what he has encountered and what he had summarized, but let's go through the topics of this week because there is so much to discuss. We touched a little bit on say the lines of contact earlier, but where do you want to start? You want to give a brief
No,
update?
first of all, a shout out to Radu. Radu, you do good work, man, in compiling some of the ebb and flow of the conflict and providing some analysis on the conflict. It's good to have you. Good to have you as a speaker because I look forward to talking with you about this because I like your work very much. I recommend everyone follow him. He does good work. It's very streamlined OSINT stuff, but very well put together, well done. It's sometimes good information just needs to be provided in a clear and timely manner, and that's something I respect very much, and I think that's so a shout out to you, man. It's always great to have you here so we can discuss the pleasure we have never talked online. So I like to start with, to an extent, the dumbest one of let's not say dumb because people might be offended, but one of the unnecessary operations by the Russians. And let's talk Crimea, Axel.
Let's
and the
do
recent
this.
events.
Let's talk about the forests and not the bees and the birds, but the Russian artillery. There are many approaches, and how the Ukrainians are dealing with it. It's a massive concentration, isn't it?
It's a significant concentration, but more than that, I think that more than exactly that issue, I would like to focus on one thing. We last week we spoke about how this operation in Crimea had no real. Well, we could not see the purpose of it. Let's call it that. Even the operations up north in Lugansk, that so many have said, okay, they stick to make a play for the Oskil River. Sure, I get that. It's almighty fine. Would have made sense way back, but from an overview point or a more, let's not call it an overview point, but more of a 30,000 feet view of the conflict. I think the offensive in Crimea was particularly strange. I get it that they may want to engage Ukrainian reserves. I get that. There was apparently one battalion of CV-90s detached there. From what I've seen, I may be wrong, but from all I've seen, there's about a battalion of CV-90s that were detached to that front. But that's it. There's no significant commitment of reserves by Ukraine. The fighting in those forests is tremendous, and the issue that for me is more important, let's put it this way, is that I cannot really envision what's the purpose of this. Okay, commit reserves. All right, but if you want Ukraine to commit reserves, you better commit your reserves in other places of the theater. Eventually relieve some pressure out of the flanks of Bakhmut and out of the south. Out of the south, it's pretty far away, so yes, Ukraine might have to commit reserves, but it will never be the reserves or the forces committed to the south. So in that sense, makes little sense in terms of the southern theater. Regarding this particular part of the theater, this particular area of operations, they haven't been able to make significant advances. Yes, they had some success. That's true. Russians did have some success early on while committing reserves towards the region of Torsk, and that remains contested. But we've seen Ukraine basically retake most of the ground, and there's not significant movement, but there was significant attrition. Now, I can't really see the purpose of this. Sometimes I've said this last week, and I sometimes fear that I'm repeating myself. But sometimes I see the Russians doing things that look like 3 or 4 different wars going on. This is kind of this is another testimony to lack of an overall strategic plan, unless there's some hidden movement here that I'm not really seeing. I get the point. Yes, you want to press the front towards Liman, towards Kupiansk in the north. I get all that. That makes sense. But unless you have massive reserves and massive amounts of ammunition, men, and hardware stacked up for an operation there, that's not going to happen, right? And yes, we've seen it. We've seen them commit a few forces here, some reserves here. That frankly, I think they would be better used, but never interrupt the enemy when the enemy is making a mistake. So this is one of the aspects I would like to point out, that a week prior to our last discussion, yes, the Russians made some advances. Yes, they've lost most of those positions. They still have some gains, but it's minimal stuff. It's minimal stuff. There's significant attrition. Those forests, as you were saying, Axel, are terrifying to fight on and to fight in. And there's some significant fighting along the regions of Bilorokiva and Zolotarivka, so just south of Crimea. But I mean, there's no, all this line, all the fighting here has been ongoing for, basically this has been the ebb and flow of the conflict for a year and something, for a year and a few months.
And this is an infancy as well, right? I mean, when you look at the force composition and the force structure there, yes, there are mechanized infantry. So there's a couple of things, as you said, with the CV-90s involved. But this is not maneuver warfare, not at all. This is not heavy duty say there's no tank brigade, at least none which we've seen. There's the second is around, but that's in the southeast of that sector. And the remainder is a lot of solid, well-trained, hardened Ukrainian infantry. There's no assault forces there, interestingly. They're further to the northwest of this. And there's a lot of artillery, seemingly from the Ukrainian side, now actually being brought there.
Yes, and there's a significant concentration of forces here, and I think one of the interesting aspects of Crimea is exactly that the fighting. This is basically attrition, positional warfare, right? It has become an attrition. A front, like many places in this front, to be honest, an attrition fight. But I don't see but more than what's there or what's not. Yes, there's no big maneuver element out there. There's um, no large tank brigades and all that. The terrain is not the best for that either way. But my point is a bit different. My point is there's no really no significant value in pushing this front by the Russians. There's no significant value in pushing this front west unless they're still trying, and that would be kind of strange. But unless they're still trying to get to the
border of the
borders
oblast.
or
Yeah.
of the oblast. Yeah, I mean that's the only real. I'd say the only real objective I could envision for this operation, apart of making Ukrainians commit their reserves. That's something I think that probably was in their mind. I'm not sure if they were successful. I don't think so. I see Radu has a point. Please go ahead, Radu. Good to have you, man.
Thank you, Nuno, and thank you for your kind words. And it's very nice to have you here and listen to you and listening to you all the time that I am here and you are here, and it's awesome to hear you. And thank you for your kind words regarding Crimea. If you go to the political level, if you remember, that part is part of officially in the constitution of Russia right now. It's part of Russia. So basically, maybe that Shoigu and Gerasimov had got the orders to you have to take back Liman, because if we remember after Putin ratified that the annexation of the territories that were occupied back then, that means Lugansk Oblast, part of Zaporizhia Oblast, Kherson Oblast, Donetsk Oblast, that was under their control. 2 days later, they went away from Liman. They were cast away from Liman, to be fair. So maybe this is one of their objectives. Maybe Putin said that you have to push there because it's our territory and we make a fool of ourselves. This could be one of the reasons. And the other reason is that after Crimea, you have a large urban concentration that's Rubine, Severodonetsk, Lysychansk. So if you go
South,
to
if you go south.
Yeah, exactly. So if you go through Crimea, if Ukrainians go through Crimea and go south, they will take Lysychansk and Severodonetsk.
And let me add another thing to that. That's the reason actually that I was saying that it's more interesting for the